Hello, Loris. Ooh, I haven't really warmed up, but I'm sure it will be fine. What could go wrong? Except for everything.
Select your god.
What are these bands? They seem very targeted. What do you want out of it? Curious. I don't know what I want out of it. That's the nemesis, though. I was a bit worried. There's just too much shit to ban. That's okay, though. I kind of picked in mind at least something that could work into the nemesis if I decided not to pick it. So, should be okay. Ah, fuck. It's just gonna flood me with exhaust cards. Dude, their comp is so broken. Aladdin Nemesis Bari? Ugh. Who banned this game? Who did it? Who was it? We tryhard this? Yeah. We're definitely gonna try, that's for sure. Their comp is something else. Fuck, that's a lot of damage. Fuck it, let's use this. Yeah, we got no actual ADC. I think that's okay. I think if you, like, you can still act as an ADC with Poseidon at least. I think with you, we just gotta keep you alive. Poseidon should be good enough to kill some tanks. You just gotta make sure you get early pen. Like, 3rd or 4th Obsidian Shard or some shit like that. We need it. Otherwise we're cooked. I mean, into their comp, I think I need to go Beats, man. I hate it. Like, Beats with Chuck, it's gonna suck, but Aladdin, Thor, Ganesh, I'm not sure I can survive otherwise. Man, they're really stacked as well. Yeah, I mean, this doesn't really look good for us, to be honest with you. They feel really stacked. Their whole team is pretty good. We'll see, though. I never want to count my randoms out. That's what I've learned. I feel like every time I jinx it and say that this looks like a loss, I end up winning it. So, we'll see. Full disclosure though, I did actually play a little bit off stream yesterday, and I did win 2 games, which put me into Demigod, so I am actually in Demigod. So if we lose this, I only lose 10. I'm at 5k and 1, and 10. So I decided to play with Wolfie a little bit. I felt like I was so pissed after all the games yesterday and how they ended that I decided to just give it one more shot. Worked out. Oh, it's Vivus.
Your middle tower is under attack. In range shall wash them away.
Yeah, good job. Good job, team. You did it. I would have lost that trade.
Enemy has been slain. Bad. Oh, very strong. Oh, like a jaguar. Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't think these harpies really made a big difference in terms of changing them, but it does on Chalk, because now I can one-shot the whole thing with a single ability.
Right lane.
Which just feels less cool, and not as satisfying. Oh, I'll press that too early. Haven't done that in a long time. What do I buy first in this matchup, though? Not too sure what I want to go into. I'm tempted just to go damage. persistent, that one. I'm tempted to just go Devos, but I think if I go Devos, I might get screwed up in this matchup. There will be a few... I'm not sure I can fight back at all if I go Devos. I don't think I go Devos. I think I just accept it. Interesting. How the fuck did they do gold? I think I just go full tank. Unfortunately, I didn't get blue. Just wanted to make sure that he wasn't stopping Poseidon.
Enemy has been slain. Enemy missing right.
Did you get the red buff?
Your left tower is under attack.
That sucks. I didn't call who's coming in.
Your left tower is under attack.
Guess I can just take his backs. Proxying in this meta?
The raid will wash them away. Your left tower is under attack. On my way. An enemy has been slain. Fabuloso. Oh, you move like a cat. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Enemy ultimate down! Your right tower is under attack. Help! Enemies incoming! Your middle tower is under attack.
Cancel that! Retreat! Ultimate is ready.
Go. Wait, let me go first.
Enemy has been slain.
Viscamate took it, sorry.
Honestly, worth trade. We can leave Sarky next time as well, it's fine. We do need to stop losing on the left side right now, though. Despite everything. He just needs to stay safe so we aren't losing gold for this. We can't keep getting away with that shit.
Enemy spotted.
Let me remove that real fast.
Enemy spotted. That's too bad. To hell with
Gank middle lane.
I think I just gotta see if I can help out on the left side at this point.
your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Follow me. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Into the left.
Let me take the scales.
Ah, Ganesh, you fucker. I should've just beatsed, I guess.
Fabuloso.
I'm so sad that I didn't get the Nemesis. Let's get regrowth now. Get that healthy movement speed.
Your left tower is under attack.
I think it'll be okay as long as we're just not too greedy.
Gold fury.
It was just a bit greedy there, with the two of them going in there by themselves. On the red buff.
Tower under attack.
Why is my Uller doing my waves? I guess I should have TP'd left.
Your left tower is under attack. Defend the left lane. Left lane. Defend left lane.
Attack left lane.
Tragic.
Oh, they hit like a baby.
Weird, I didn't take Marcus for a troll. He's literally just done a bip.
Enemy has been slain.
Official bip moment.
Wash them away.
Ultimate is ready. Ultimate is ready.
Body beats.
Enemy has been slain.
Gang, I called Fury.
Unfortunate.
Your team has destroyed a enemy tower.
Damn, they shut up so fast too. Didn't expect their whole team to be that fast. I was hoping we could get out. What to build, what to build. Let's just go Contagion. They do have a Nim that I can at least proc it a bit faster.
Fury. On my way.
Oh, double kill. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh. Your team has destroyed a enemy tower.
Let's settle this with style. My style. Let me tip the scales. My domain.
You hit like a vegetarian. Ooh, an ally has been slain.
Enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Be careful.
Guess I can't really use logic on him.
Your middle tower.
What I'm seeing so far is simply that my Ul left his lane and he ain't trying to help everyone else. He's just going to farm. That's pretty much all I'm seeing. Whatever he calls it doesn't really matter to me. And he's not willing to, I guess, see it for what it is either.
Be careful, middle.
It's just unfortunate.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't know how they all died in mid though, I will say that. We shouldn't have been that far up, they had just gotten fire. Actually no, that's what led to fire.
Ultimate.
I guess I just don't know why they were that far up.
Defend.
Just leave gold there, it's not worth it.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold.
They hit like a baby.
I mean,
Your middle tower is under attack.
I just don't know why we're fighting over gold, man.
Ally has been slain. Very strong. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Your middle tower is under attack.
Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle field is under attack.
Right is all I need.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
Cool little axe spike. We like those. Just seems like we're taking some really dumb fights.
Be careful right. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Retreat blackmate. Your team has destroyed a left ally.
I mean, why are we walking up though? Can we just stay back? Is it really that difficult for us just to sit in front of phoenixes?
Your right tower has been
Of course they're gonna rotate on us if we try to walk up. They aren't grouped yet. It's fine to push if we know where they are.
Your right phoenix is under attack. Your right phoenix is under attack.
On my way. That's fire.
Your right phoenix is destroyed.
Judgment is my domain.
Your titan is
There's no
under
running
attack.
from me.
Man, I just hate banning right now, because if you don't ban, like, there's like a few gods that are just barely impossible to deal with. Nemesis is one of them. Like, I want to ban her. Like, do I have to leave Afro open then? That's the one I hate the most, though. It's just... yeah, it's just rough, man. Some gods are fucking broken in this meta. Because I think Nemesis is the difference maker in this game. We just don't have anyone that can deal with her. Like, the only one we do have is Poseidon, but that's also a pretty easy target for her to deal with. So it goes both ways. And Poseidon would need peel.
Torrent. Torrent incoming.
It's still high on HP. Dude, my axe went on cooldown. Ganesh is such a problem for me, dude. I just can't play half the fucking time because of that shit. God damn, man. I'm at least tanky enough. I can survive for such a long time. Just maybe I gotta get some cooldown. I think I just go Pridwin.
Enemy ultimate down!
Guess not.
Fabuloso! An enemy has been slain.
Fucking died to the Aladdin ult. Maybe that's something they could nerf on Aladdin. Up his ult cooldown a bit. Especially because it's something you can even, like, reset at least once per game. Like, fucking put that shit back up. How is it back up already? Like, you're telling me Yemoja has like 100 and fucking, what is it, 20 or 10 seconds or some shit? But Aladdin needs the usual amount. Makes sense. I mean, we're just running outside the tower as well. I mean, Bari isn't even in the fight, we're still losing. So I don't think really think it matters. I wish I had more cooldown. But sure, the Uller trying to give tips on what to do as he misses his whole kill on Aladdin. Yeah, I mean... I just didn't think Marcus was a troll, but... You know, I guess he got really tilted this game. I'm just not sure why. Like, we're literally winning everywhere else. This is my general mindset. If I'm getting shit on, but at least we're winning everywhere else as a result of it, I'm completely fine with that. Sure, it's a bit tilting. It can be. It wears on you. But at least something is being done by it. If you're telling me that he leaves his lane because he's getting shit on, I think that's so stupid. It's so brain dead to do that. What are you talking about? Stay in your fucking lane. Stop taking everyone else's farm. We're doing well. But, yeah. I think the Willix did fine. I don't think, I think we pretty much lost this because they had Nemesis. We spent way too much time trying to kill the Nemesis. I'm just gonna try and see if I can ban that every game instead as well. It's too hard to deal with. It's a combination of that and I think Uller deciding to leave lane, because it started going really shit once he left his lane. I started losing farm because of it too. Because I had to go somewhere else all of a sudden, because there was an Uller taking my waves. And this doesn't add up to his argument that he took a tier 2, because it was way before that. It was before he went there. That's the second time he went there. The first time he went there, there's literally zero reason for him to be there. He just took my waves, shared my blue, and left. That's the moment I'm talking about. Nem with a cap? Maybe turn the game off. Understandable. I can tell you guys too right now. My personal goal is probably to get deity and then I'm off. I don't like this meta anymore. It's so boring. So I'll probably just see if I can get deity and then I'm not just gonna stop. I'm not quitting, but I will get here and I will start playing significantly less. So we'll see how long it takes to get there. Maybe I'll burn out before then, but for now, I will see if I can get deity just as a personal goal, because I do still like the game. but I might have to tone down how much I'm playing it right now. I think this meta is so boring. It's so boring, man. Even as a solo laner, like, it's incredibly boring having to buy the same shit every game. And if you're not buying the same shit, you're getting shit on. I can't play the usual fun stuff that I couldn't in the last patch. Sometimes I would go Zeus. You know, I'll play some Zeus solo. You saw how that went last time I did it. Not well. Why didn't it go very well? I was against shit that built the usual sanguine bullshit, you know? It's just not gonna go well. You cannot build anything else if your enemy is doing that build. If you want to like try and have some fun, you got to make sure that you're against someone who's doing the same thing. Right? Like sometimes I'll meet someone playing something weird. Like maybe I'll meet an Aladdin or some shit. That's happened a few times. Then yeah, sure. Then I can play something weird and fun too. But like if I'm just meeting the usual Hercules, Cabrakan, or like Nemesis, Bellona, whatever the fuck, I can't play anything like fun. I have to pick something that can deal with those gods. Or at least not die to them. It's just so oppressive. There's not really much you can do to counterplay it. Outside of just doing it yourself. And that gets really boring really fast. At least in the other like last metas where Serrated was just broken, at least you could still pick like any mage or any anything else. Like it's just a one-shot meta, right? You're just looking for one-shot metas. I think tank metas are significantly more boring because it forces you to do the same shit or just accept that you're gonna get fucked. It's just completely different. They're a lot more limited. That's a better way to put it. Like, I've used this example multiple times as well. The last time the meta was this boring was when Pridwen Shield Splitter meta. Like when the Pridwen Shield Splitter meta was a thing. Because it was the exact same situation. You just go for the tankiest frontliners and you're relying on like yellow damage to do everything for you. I can't believe we went back to the same meta. After they finally fixed it, and it was so boring. They said, let's do it again. Like, whoever made Sanguine needs to not make any more items. As actual serious criticism. That item makes no sense. Rant over. That rant actually gave me a small headache. Man, all these items are fucking shit. Did I accidentally use this one? Are you kidding me? I guess it's fine. It's not too bad. At least it's gone. Let's just get that one out. Don't think I have enough to kill that one. Let's just do this then. I will probably still try to play something like fun today, but more like I think I'll mainly focus on trying to actually progress towards deity. A random potion. That's pretty interesting. Oh, removed until the end of combat. So I have to use it at combat too. Well, let's try it. I do like that one. Let me keep my cards. Where is she? Get her out. Get her out. Who's the last one? Like Wukong, Susano, Fenrir maybe? Let's get Fenrir out. Fuck that. There, you can't win with these! You can't win! No matter what! I hate this meta. Everything's OP. Yeah, lose lane, win game. Does Chuck lose any lane? No, I think there's some he stalemates though, but I thought he doesn't really have a bad matchup. It's like Odin, right? Odin and Chuck just don't have any bad matchups. They're just too safe and overall, like, have good wave clear and they're good at all stages in the game. I still actually haven't tried Bacchus. I still have to do that at some point. I have to spend my gold at some point. I think we just go for that one. Yeah, it's the last one for a while. Just stick to the left. Now I just gotta make sure that I'm not dying until then. Wait, why are they taking so little damage? Ah, man. I didn't know that. They do exhaust though. Alright, cool. I just exhausted all of them then. That works. Poison. More poison. I'm okay with that. At the start of a boss comp, I hate that. That's not good. Alright, what do we have? I mean, Bacchus Gabraken. Can't really not go beats. Bep, 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 bep. They have a really scary comp. Alright. Classic. But why?
Minions have spawned.
That's too bad.
Well, I don't want to mute Elenita, but I think that guy's mic just went through.
That was a tactical miscalculation. Completed.
That was very loud though. Let's just take it. I think we're fast enough. Surely. Minions. Yes, thank God, I was so close. Can I block his one with my blocking? I don't know actually. Yeah, that was alright. I think next time though, I don't know if you can hear me though, Sarky, but next time just wait for him to use an ability first. Because Cabrakan can so easily stop us from ganking with his million CCs. So if he uses just anything would be very helpful for us. But I get it. You gotta go fast. Oh, we just got a troll, I guess. On that Scylla. Classic.
Your middle tower is under attack. Left lane.
Bring it on, Demigod! You scare me?
Interesting, so I guess the troll is an Elenita hater. Strange. Oh man, it's a little gold. Remember the name though.
Completed. I have no fear. Ultimate down. Completed. Until we meet again. Battles always make my blood rush.
Yeah, unfortunately I don't think this is a winning matchup for Bologna. This is just something where it's not necessarily a losing matchup either, but I can't really fight him. He has too many CCs to stop me from doing what Bologna is good at. At least until later when I'm tanky enough to take it. Right now the base damage is on his side, and I can't really fight back. Anything with heavy CC is gonna shit on Bologna early on. But that's just how it goes for anything that is reliant on auto-attacking only. Like Kali is also heavily countered by anything like that. ADCs have the range advantage, so... As long as I can juke his abilities, I'll be alright. Tragic.
Until we meet again. Think you scare me?
That's unfortunate. I got greedy for the kill. I missed my ult.
You can't run from your fate.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, there's not really much to do in this one. But just report the still and move on. We ain't winning this.
Your middle tower is under attack.
This is one of those cases where I wish I had a high-risk dev in my chat. Not big enough streamer.
Is under attack.
Now. Battles always make my blood rush. Attack the Titan! It's a trap! Thanks! I have no fear!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Battles always make my blood rush.
Damn, I even called it yesterday. The second I get into Demigod, I will get demoted. Just sad it's like this. By trolls. And not by my own bad skill.
Your left tower is under attack.
You're going nowhere! Ward here!
Your right tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Think you scare me?
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower.
Alright.
Defeat.
Not really much to do there, just the field bad moment. I think we might want to give the queue a few minutes, to be honest, in this one, Sarky. It's extra cursed on Saturdays. This is why I stopped streaming as much during the weekends. All the freaks are off. They no longer have their freak shit in the morning. Work keeps them sane. Why can't I cancel? Stop! Don't queue, Sarky! Why am I not allowed to cancel? No matter what I press. Sarky! Don't queue! And we found a queue. I should have left, I just was really trying to tell him. Because I don't know when he's in the chat and when he's not in the chat. Because we're just gonna get them again. And if we get them again, I am willing to dodge. I ain't dealing with it. It's just boring. Okay, looks like we're safe. As safe as one can be. Stop by Wukong. I think now that we're first pick, it's a bit easier to choose what we can get. Safe? I mean, safe in the sense of no trolls on my team this time. Yeah, Elenita is not ADC main, so that might still go wrong, but we'll see.
Select your god.
I don't know what I want to pick. Like, there is some shit open. But do I want that for myself? Which is Bari, not really. I'll do a Thana game. Fuck it. I mean, I don't think it matters anyway. I want to play something fun at least. And Thana's still good, but... I do fear that right now it's going to be really boring because we're going to be dealing with Vives and whatever he's duo queuing with the whole day. Oh, dude, they're making such a boring picks as well. I already regret. Someone dodge. They're picking the most boring shit now that I picked Thanatos, so I'm so cooked, man. I'm so cooked. Why don't I have any... I do have block, but... At least we picked the Cerberus. That's nice. I'm gonna try and complain less. I feel my urge to complain has gone up quite a bit during this patch. I'll try and do better. Can I kill this turn? Yeah, I think so. Cool. Almost at the shop. Finally spent my gold. Ah, fuck, this is kind of a rough matchup though. Take some damage, but that's okay. Anti-heal to Thanos 3 could be an interesting idea, but I think once, like, if they go back to putting anti-heal items back in the game, then that should be removed again. I forgot to show you guys the game anyway, whatever. I don't know when I decide that my brain doesn't need to show the Q game and when it doesn't. When I need to remove it, all that shit. My brain just doesn't work. I think it's a beats game. If anything, because of the existence of Thor. I wonder if Vital Lamp Thana would be okay. Don't think I'll do it. But it's interesting. I think this is definitely a brawlers game though. I can only assume at least that I am against Bellona. But brawlers is my only option. It's a brawler's contagion situation. But yeah, so it's not Vives who was duo queuing with someone.
Minions have spawned.
Who is it then? Is it those two? I'm assuming we're meeting a duo queue since we're duo queuing, but maybe that's not how it works. We've met ICD, I'm pretty sure, in every game so far, so I assume he's somewhere with someone.
Attack the minions. Attack the minions.
Cannot escape death.
No!
Enemy missing. Be careful left.
Damn, not getting that thing kind of cooked my lane a bit.
Is under attack.
So unfortunate.
Cannot escape death.
Now I just have to sit back.
The rain shall wash them away.
Fuck! Scythe's not landing.
Retreat. Retreat, retreat. Your right tower is under attack.
Drink your mouth.
An enemy has been slain.
Enemy missing right.
I'm gonna be a bit behind XP, but this is definitely one of the worst matchups I think Thanatos can meet. She just has everything that he's not good at dealing with. And a full package.
Nice job.
Wash them away.
I shouldn't have scythed.
Your souls to me.
Your right tower is under attack.
Damn. I mean, that is what happens when you gank Bologna as two auto-attackers. We really shouldn't be doing that. That sucks. He also just did way more damage than I would have expected to me.
Your right tower is under
Missed scythe. Bologna is definitely the worst thing we could gank here. Ah, man. I'm actually surprised, dude. I had this. She still did that much damage to me?
Vista, amigo.
It's insane.
yes.
It's a farm lane for me. Dude, but I just don't damage her. Why don't I damage her? I don't get it.
I'll cut you down.
Enemy spotted. Gank, gank. Enemy ultimate incoming.
Actually, these are spawning. I'll take them now.
Nice job. Attack the Gold Fury. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missile. Come to me. Bear your souls to me.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
My team is so aggro today as well. Everyone's mad.
Awaits you.
Be careful, right. Enemy missing.
Missile.
I'll cut you down.
Of course.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Would it be any different?
Oh, easy run.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't know why everyone is being so fucking childish. Sarky being a little bitch, Phytoon being a little bitch for literally no reason. I don't get it.
Enemy ultimate now. Your middle tower is under attack.
This day is already on its path to be worse than the other ones. How? How did it happen? I'm really far behind in XP because of all this. I'm not getting blue buffs.
Cannot escape death.
Not getting my own neutral farm.
Enemy has been slain. Making it so easy. You move like a jaguar.
Like, the game is going well for most people. Do we have a reason to be mad? Are we match?
Behind.
Your souls to me. I will cut your life strings.
You move like a jaguar. Ooh.
I'm definitely gonna overstay here and die. Watch me.
Cannot escape death.
Your right tower is under attack.
Shit.
Completed.
Thor is just there on cooldown.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
I prefer to leave the dying to them.
That was very big for me. I needed that kill so badly. After all my blue buffs being lost. Oof, and Thor showed up too.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Your right tower is under attack.
Attack the minions.
Cut your life strings. You cannot escape death.
Like, Bellona is kind of the only god on that team that I cannot deal with, so... I should be okay once I rotate and try to go on someone else, but... Bellona definitely ain't it.
Don't roll down.
Ward the Gold Fury. Enemy ultimate down.
I'll cut you down.
Ally has been slain. The rain shall wash them away.
On my way. Your time has come.
What the fuck? The fucking payload blocked my one? Or some shit like that? Weird. And unfortunate, because I would have liked that kill. Yeah, silenced her one when she tried to dash in.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. team has destroyed the pyromancer.
If it wasn't because my ult was down, I'd maybe try and fight a bit more here. But no.
I'll cut you down. Enemy spotted. Completed.
At least I'm Thana, right? I don't need the blue buff, it just sucks in XP.
Team has destroyed.
Really sucks in terms of XP. Throw roll down.
Right lane. Enemy
I just don't think we go solo at all, to be honest. No, I'm joking, but that's... Fuck me, dude. Of course Thor shows up. By beats.
ally has been slain.
They're gonna have fucking 2 Thanos or 2 Bellona some shit in these team fights, and I hate it. Fucking more again.
Escape death.
Your right tower is under attack.
I will be right back.
Probably gonna have to give this tower up very soon.
Escape death. Cut your life.
Aw, man.
Tower has been destroyed.
To leave the dying.
Freaking tower. It just had to survive long enough to get Bellona low enough. But see, this is one of the cases that I'm talking about. I'm not like getting camped in necessarily by Thor, but he's camping the shit on my blue buff, making me fall behind for zero reason. But my team is winning everywhere else. I'm okay with that. It sucks for me, sure, but it's not like it's happening for zero reason. I'm not being left. Well, I guess I am, but for the greater good. I haven't gotten a single blue buff since the first.
Your souls to me.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
I need the jungle buff.
I'll cut you down.
Yes.
Enemy missing right.
Awesome.
Not as soft as it looks.
Escape death.
Right lane.
Your middle tower is under attack. Thanks. Tower is under attack.
Fury.
team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Cut your life free.
Your team destroyed the fire shot.
Very nice.
Enemy spotted.
Stay here.
Okay.
I'm building stacks.
Right enemy tower.
Grab that. What else? I kind of want Neiman for Hu Yi, but he's gonna fuck me up later. Quite easily, in fact. Well, I mean, he's not doing too well at the moment, I suppose. Good pillar.
Enemy has been slain.
Yes.
Middle lane.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Middle enemy tower.
You are fabuloso.
I prefer to leave the town.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
Retreat.
Enemy ultimate down.
Express delivery. I assume you mean the Thor landing and getting insta-gipped? Yeah, no. That was definitely the decision.
I'll cut you down.
Sarky is in hell.
Thunderstruck. Attack the Gold Fury. Be careful, right?
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Enemy spotted.
Your time has come. Be right back.
Enemy has been slain.
Is there only Banana and Yamoja here? On left jungle?
It's not really worth it. They're 2 tanks. We should just go fire.
Retreat. I'll cut you down.
Rain shall wash them away.
That's too bad. Even the immortals shall fear death now.
We gotta stop inting though. While this may look free right now, their comp is still really fucking scary with a Huyi Bologna late game with the Morrigan.
Attack the Titan. No.
Yes, attack the fire giant.
Stay here.
On my way. Enemy has been slain.
Oh my god! Yamoja peeling! Fuck me, dude. I don't believe it.
The rain shall wash them away.
Unbelievable. It's fine anyway, but god damn it, man. The fucking shielding and the knock-ups and the stuns that I should juke and shit.
Goodbye.
Victory.
Does that mean I'm back in Demigod? Am I gonna sit there forever now? No, I'm not. Why? I'm just not gaining as much as I'm losing. Unbelievable. He heals? Oh no. He has lifesteal? Fuck. Okay, I have to block his shit then. That is really, really not ideal. Then I gotta focus on that. Fudge. This is a fucking normal enemy, isn't it? Like, what? It's 8. I can block that. Good thing I have poison, man. I gotta just rely on my poison in this game. I mean, that doesn't really do anything. Motherfucker just blocks me anyway. Huyi appears to be raging at Elita's stream. Okay. That's weird. Not her exactly, but still being a clown. Who was the Huyi that game? I don't even know who this guy is. Just in case. Yeah, I have no idea who that guy is. I've seen him in my games a decent amount of times. I just assumed it was a rename. I still assume that is the case. I assume his Smite name is a rename, because he just suddenly popped up out of nowhere, so... I can't help but assume that it is. Finally, I can buy. What do we got? Start each combat with 10 block. That's kind of nice. Grab that one. Start each combat, choose one of 3 colorless cards and add the chosen card to your hand. That's also pretty decent. Grab that one, we'll grab poison. Shifts are nice. Man, this is kind of a shitty shop, I'm not gonna lie. There isn't anything really good here. I'll save the rest of my gold. This is kind of a rough matchup. Oh yeah, it's the sentry thing. Fuck. Yeah, that one's gotta go real fast. This sucks. This actually really sucks. Thorns is decent. I'm gonna take so much damage this turn. Good thing I healed, I guess. Everything is OP. Everything.
Select your god.
Chalk. If I have to, I'll just go tanky, but I'll see how the laning goes. Oh, Ares is on the table. Fuck. Well, I guess we're cooked. Bro, what the fuck, man? How do you have 62 shields? What? I'm fucked. I can't do anything against that. Just give me a card that just removes shields. What is this? Yeah, if Afro wasn't on the table here, I would have picked Odin myself, but I mean, yeah, I'm happy they didn't pick it. Man, why is my block all nerfed? Fuck, man. This sucks. And poison doesn't work because it has shields. Like that, this mob just counters my whole build. It might actually kill me. Because it keeps getting more shield. And it's nerfing my shields as well. Some horse shit. Does this even work? No, it's straight up. Yeah, I'm fucked. Okay, what do we got? I mean, I have to go beats as well. Their combo is kind of wild. This might be Helm of Radiant's angle. But maybe it's a Lifebinder angle first.
What a potent trinket.
I think Ra's going Nibble Ring. He should. I'm pretty sure he will. Like, most Ra's at this level like does that these days. Yeah, shield prevents poison in that game. But it's rough. Actually, maybe it's just the enemy? Let me check. Maybe the enemy has some kind of debuff. No, I guess it's just when you. I think it's just when they have a shield, they cannot be poisoned. Yeah, because I just poisoned it in the back. Now that has no shield.
Minions have spawned.
Yeah, I forgot that too, since I originally played. But I feel like I forgot everything since I originally played. Get that one creep at least. Quickly. Ah. I forgot, I should have zoned just one minion. Just so he doesn't hit level 2 and insta-gib me.
Q on the first one.
Yep.
test me.
Your middle tower is under attack. Holy rod.
My mana restores you.
Shimmering radiance. Wait. Attack.
Do not test me.
It's not the ability I want to press. Whatever.
Allow me to
See if I can grab this real fast.
be gone.
Rain shall wash them away.
Just look at me. Out of mana.
Enemy missing left. My mana
Yeah, I would say real fast. It definitely wasn't real fast. That was incredibly slow. Yeah, now I lost my backhand as a result. Being behind as Afros just really sucks.
be gone.
Enemy
But Chuck isn't being that aggressive, so... Should work out. I just have to be careful not to play too far up while he's gonna be 5 and I'm not.
Do not test me.
It's good, just a little bit of creep aggro.
Allow me to go. Our souls are linked.
rain shall wash them away.
Your middle tower is
Do
under
not test me. Feel no pain.
Tragic. He heals a lot. Like, is that the potions? Are potions OP? How is he healing that much? What the fuck?
My mana restores you.
What is that?
Good game. Good game. Good game. Good game.
Yeah? Freeze! You're fantastic, bro.
Be gone.
He's got 3 people on red, it's fine.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Attack the minions.
okay.
Cancel that. Cancel that.
You're fantastic, bro.
I mean, I just got 3 people like living here.
Enemy spotted.
Do not test me.
Just don't have any cooldowns.
Allow me to heal your
Unfortunate, that's an actual kill if I have cooldowns.
Oh my fucking...
Be gone.
Enemy has been slain.
Do not test me.
Okay,
Be gone.
Alright, it's finally back. There's something.
Enemy missing left.
Rain shall wash them away.
Let's grab that. I think we just grab this as well. I think I want a Helm of Radiance this game. I don't think I'm gonna go for something like a Jade Scepter or something like that. Not this time. Even though it is better. I'm just too tired of like building the same.
Enemy slain incoming. Be careful.
Be gone. My mana restores. Do not test me. Be gone.
Has been slain.
Vulcan's just gone to his red and her. Watch him on the kite back.
Shimmering radiance.
Supra.
Good luck, bye.
Supra.
Jack is rotating as well.
Enemy spotted.
Double kill. Oh, they hit like a baby.
Ah, that sucks. I should have probably just stayed solo.
Allow me to heal your wounds.
Your middle
Then Merg is trolling as well. Dude. Today might just be don't play Smite. Like legitimately.
Do not test me.
vista, amigo.
Your right tower is under attack.
My mana
I'm not gonna ult for that.
Your right tower
do
is
not
under attack.
test me.
Dimash, by the way, I just hope you fucking die, mate. Like, genuinely. Like, you need to fucking die. Yeah, I'm not playing
10
this game.
HP.
All attack.
Yeah, there it is.
An enemy has been slain.
Of course I fucking...
Oh, he's very strong.
Be gone.
Your left tower is under attack.
Allow me to do not test me. Be gone.
Retreat, Fairlane!
Do not test me.
Your left tower is under attack.
Might be worth skip a Q. Yeah, this Q is insanely demonic. Like, it's every game. Sarky, I told him to stop queuing. I'm leaving the party next time if he queues and he's not listening. We're definitely skipping a queue.
Be gone.
At least. Maybe
Yeah,
two.
you can thank your support, mate. Your fucking support's trolling, so...
Test me.
Yeah, but you don't have to grief everyone else. Just play your game.
Yeah, what do you want me to do? He's griefing all my farm. Like, how do you want me to play?
You're like even, but you're putting yourself behind under leaving lane.
Do not test me. My God, I will be your savior. Allow me to heal your wounds.
That's fortunate.
Do not test me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ally has been slain. And the rain shall wash them away.
My mana restores you.
Down, jeez.
Also, I just got on a different note. I haven't seen Caps in a long time, so didn't think he still played, to be honest.
Enemy missing left.
Dimash, mate, you honestly need to fucking get a life. You're such a fucking weirdo, man.
Allow me to heal your wounds. Do not test me.
I'm so out of mana.
Your middle
My
tower is
mana
under attack.
restores you. Out of mana.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
My blessing to you. Feel no Do not test me. My mana.
Ouch.
I must restore it at once.
I didn't actually realize. I did notice like Merc was a thing that existed in this game. I just didn't think it was ADC. Let's grab Spear. That lowers my cooldown, so I don't want that. Saphra OP, yes, but generally she's more OP in support. Not so much when you go solo. Like, she'll still be OP in general, but her best role by a landslide is support.
Your left tower is under attack.
I don't really think she does as well in solo. She just doesn't have good matchups. I think maybe I could have just built her full tank this game and just go for the usual like mystical male sanguine shit, but that's so boring, man. I'm so tired of it. I just want to play a mage, and I saw a potential mage that I could play in this game, so I went for it. I miss it. I'm going insane with all these tank builds. There's no variety.
Do not test me.
Enemies at the fire giant.
Nice job.
Be
The
gone.
enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your right tower is under attack.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Do not test me.
Huh? It missed? No way!
Your team has destroyed the right enemy.
Enemy has been slain.
But yeah, I mean, if their Merc is trolling as well, then we have a chance.
Allow me to heal your wounds. Test me.
But just the fact that we're dealing with a Merc ADC, we have a chance this game.
On my way. On my way.
Follow me. Be gone. I will be your savior. Our souls are linked. My Be right back.
I could have played that a bit better. I should have beats instead of ulting, so I still had my ult to fight. Oh, that chucks there.
Vista, amigo.
Your left tower is under attack.
An enemy has been slain.
Be gone.
On my way. Ultimate is down.
My blessing to you. Do not test me.
Rain shall wash them away. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Thought that was a god. It's just a Naga popping up. I'm collecting assists so far. Would be nice to get a kill or two.
Do
Chalk just isn't in my lane anymore, I guess. I'll try and TP over in time.
Follow me. Be careful, right? The pyro.
On my way. Mind Begone restores you. You will feel no pain or wounds. Do not test me.
Take it like a babe.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Want the assist?
Begone.
Move like a jaguar.
Attack the fire giant. Your left tower is
Attack
under
the
attack.
fire giant. My blessing to you restores you. Do not test me.
Vulcan's like half.
Your left tower is under attack. Attack the fire giant.
Enemy has been slain.
Your team destroyed the fire giant.
Our souls are linked. Allow me to heal your wounds. Do not test me.
I want it back. Probably just buy a full rod while I'm at it.
My mana restores you. Begone.
On my way. Brace.
Okay. Allow me to heal your wounds. I will be your savior. My mana restores. Do not test me. Begone.
I'm trying to link to people, but Jesus Christ. I think we go Obsidian Shard instead.
On my
I'll
way.
TP, keep him there.
Your left tower.
My blessing to you.
I stopped my TP a little too soon.
Our souls are linked. Do not test me.
The rains have washed them away.
Feel no pain. Begone.
Enemy has been slain.
Do not test me. Enemy spotted. Cancel that. Cancel that. Begone. Do not test me. I will be your savior.
Thank God my ult came back up.
My blessing to you.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Our souls are linked. Allow me to heal your wounds. Retreat. My blessing. You will fall.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why we're pushing up here, boys. We should just stay back. Which is a bad idea, walking up. I was kind of just following Sobek, but with my ult down and beats down, I'm just a target for Ares.
Your right tower is under attack.
Awesome.
But oh well. Yeah, the thing is, like, the Sobek player isn't even bad, but he's just really not wanting to play this game normally. In the beginning, at least. Seems like he is trying now.
Tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed
The thing is, you can hate and love whatever who the fuck ever you want, but I will never understand the logic of trolling a game, because you're just fucking over more people than not, you know? Like, why are you fucking over the rest of us? What have we done? Why are we a part of this?
Enemies in middle lane.
Allow me to heal your test. Feel no pain.
tower is under attack.
That's so unfortunate.
Careful left.
Enemy ultimate down. Be gone.
Marigold down.
Gang.
Have fun. It is truly an unfortunate outcome. No! Our souls are linked. Do not test me.
I want 20, just to lower my ult a little bit more.
I just hit Loki for half.
My blessing to you. Our souls are linked. Do not test me.
Rain so wash them away.
My mana restores you. My blessing to you. Be gone. Attack left lane.
Lightning. Very, very scary.
Do not test me.
That was pretty close.
Heal your wounds. Feel no pain.
Don't think we end with this.
Cancel that. Be gone. On my way. My enchantments grow
Your
ever
right
stronger.
tower is under attack. The pyromancer has arrived.
My mana restores you.
Your right tower is under attack.
Our souls are linked. Do not test me. Enemy spotted. Allow me to heal your wounds. Be gone. Enemy ultimate down.
Okay, they just went through raw. Great.
My blessing.
Like he just went invis.
Our souls are linked.
Yo, the turret is fucking me up.
My mana restores my blessing to you. Allow me to heal your wounds. Do not test me. I will be your savior. My mana restores you. Be gone. Allow me to heal your wounds.
Close.
Our souls are linked.
Game was not even satisfying to win, guys. I'm not even gonna lie.
Victory.
Absolute cursed fucking Q. Sarky, you have to be a masochist for still queuing. Stop. Stop. Give us some minutes. Let some minutes pass. We'll try again. I don't know if Sarky knows what I'm trying to tell him, but we'll see. Ow. I'm still just getting shit on by this thing. Don't queue! Don't queue! I'm trying to tell him. Wait some minutes. No more. I'm done with that queue. We're letting that one pass. I really wish there was a whisper system or some shit, a party chat, whatever the fuck, in Smite 2, because it's so annoying. You can't communicate. I don't like any of these cards. At least I got game. Okay, let's queue then. All good. I wasn't sure if you were listening. That queue is just too fucking cursed. I can't deal with it anymore. I want actual games. Also, was that enough for you to get Demigod, Sarky? I'm back to Demigod at least. You can see, yeah, you guys can see it on the side. 50-50. We don't have the rest are in game, but the worst ones are out, at least. It's basically just that guy, to be real. Like, I do think that the Mercury was the worst one of them. On my team, sure. I mean, the thing is, I don't know what beef he had with the with my ADC, but like the guy who plays support usually isn't like that. I've had him in so many of my games. He seems like a pretty chill dude from what I've seen. But I don't know. I don't know, I guess. 70 away? Okay. Remove all strikes, receive 5 bites. I don't want to lose max HP though. No. It's a pretty good damage start, but motherfucker, I don't have any shields. Oh, actually, no, I start with shields now. Thank God for that, but I'm still gonna take damage. I think Chill was just having a bad game, and Sosubik was calling me troll, but bad games happen. Yeah, and that's the thing. I'm not really sure either. It seemed more than just that, though. It was a pretty, like... Pretty rough reaction for a single game of, you know, just having a bad game, but... Maybe, I don't know, maybe he's having a bad day too, who knows? It's hard to say, but that was pretty unenjoyable just because of the atmosphere in our team. It was fine once people started actually playing the game, though. We could have just done that from the beginning. Why am I so debuffed, man? Does this kill? Do I take the risk? Or do I just block some damage? Fuck, I couldn't see it. Man. Just give me the damage then. Ow. I'm never gonna be full HP again this run. But yeah, I wish I could spread some positivity right now, but the last few streams have been really rough. It's been quite unenjoyable. Somehow the most fun I've had has been off stream, actually. In the 2 games that I played last night. You're cheating on us? Yes. Yes, I am. I even won those 2 games as well. I played pretty well in them. I can show you. These 2 games. Granted, I did just play Nim and Bologna. Not exactly the hardest gods to pull off. But you can see right here, you know, I played Bologna here as well. I played Chuck in this one too. But I didn't win those, right? You see what I'm saying? And then I went Thanatos and I won, so... That's a stream buff, though. I wouldn't win Thanatos off stream. So it goes both ways. I don't know what card I want. I don't like any of these. But I suppose I'll just go for more poison. Is there a shop? There's no shop. Man, I have so much gold! Let me choose the shop. Give me a shop in this one. No, okay. That's a shitty fucking fight. No, but I will say this at least. When you stream, like, my awareness is obviously not fully in the game, because I look over at chat sometimes, and sometimes when I do that, bad shit will happen. I will not notice that someone is suddenly right in front of me. I won't necessarily be looking at the map as much when I'm not as immersed in the game. So, sure, I mean, obviously it's more likely that I will play better off-stream, because I'm not distracted by anything. But I also don't think I would have as much fun playing the game, these days anyway, if I wasn't streaming, because I just enjoy talking to the chat as well. There's a social aspect in that I enjoy more than not. Suffer. Are you just debuffing me? Is that all you do? You're a debuffer? So yeah, I should maybe have shielded myself. That might have been a good idea. Could have avoided a bit more damage. This is definitely a baby game, but I'll take that over trolls. We'll see if, you know, maybe that ends up being maybe there's a troll here anyway. What's a ban in a low elo game though? Probably Wukong. Let's hope not. Yes, I agree. What are we banning here? Odin.
Select your god.
Odin. I'll play an Aladdin game. It's been a while. This does mean I'm not gonna be a tank god though, because I don't want to do the tank Aladdin again. Losing values is they banned Herc and Chalk. I think Odin is just good in general though. It's not even just for the anti-healing. Odin is just incredibly strong right now. I will play this as a heavy farm game. I'll just try and be there for late and hope that we aren't losing too much anywhere else. Might be a big ask though. Right, that's what confusion does. All my cards are randomized, its cost. That's not great. Now some simple shit is very expensive. Rough. Torn, stop. It is for the BS build. Odin is just very, very powerful right now. I saw like both worlds of it. Like when was it? Yesterday when I streamed. Fuck, I was going for the shield. Because there was one really OP Odin game, and then there was one really shit Odin game where I just fell behind. Because it's still just terrible if you fall behind. But that's the same with most frontliners, like Hercules as well. I think some frontliners still have use. Odin always left the ultimate, but someone like Hercules, if he just falls behind, he just doesn't do much, man. The best he can really do is obviously look for a good combo with a 1-2 combo, but so anyway, do I do int? I haven't done int Aladdin in a long fucking time because it hasn't really been great. But I'm kind of feeling int this game.
Well, hello there.
It does mean I will not be able to fight Odin at all for the majority of this game, if not all of it. So,
Tokens and tinctures to add to my collection.
you're loud, Aladdin. Why are you so loud compared to every other god? Oh yeah, int is definitely terrible early, but I'm solo, so I'm betting on that. And I don't know who. Oh, it's not even Odin solo. So it's okay. It's Mulan solo. That's even worse, to be honest with you. Her 3 is rough for me.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Nice.
Okay.
Greetings. Hello from the genie and myself.
Yeah, it's just a farm game. I think Mulan, at least, I may have a bigger chance than Odin, because Odin is just the unkillable god of jumps with 1,000 shields. But yeah, we'll see.
To me, Genie!
Just pick up blue now. I also need these small FPS drops to stop. Load your assets, Smite 2, and do the thing.
In the name of the winged banner, sing of steel.
Recall! Strike! This will not do.
Your right tower is under attack.
To me, Genie!
It's crazy how bad Aladdin is early. His damage is dog water.
Strike! Ally has been slain.
Help right lane.
Recall! Strike!
Awesome. Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
To me! Enemy missing.
At least Aladdin is hard to zone.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Recall!
I think as a backliner, I also think Mulan is more scary during the laning phase, but Odin is just more scarier in general.
To me!
And his damage output early is also not something to laugh at. He has so much burst. His cooldowns are hit incredibly low. Like, Odin just has everything. Like, I don't think he has anything bad in him. He's just all around really good. It's like one of the best utility ultimates in the game as well.
To me, Genie! Strike!
Awesome.
Strike! To me!
Just lucky, honestly, that he's letting me get my stuff. He's not invading much. He's letting me play the game.
To me, Genie! Careful!
Help right lane, right lane.
Well, now he's zoning a bit. I jinxed it.
Retreat!
In the name of the winged banner, yield.
To me!
Enemy missing right.
Alright. What am I buying first? Probably just Chronos Pendant. Let's get the cooldown done.
Enemy has been slain.
Something I could do to help myself during the early game was maybe buy a Life Binder, but that's it.
Please? Recall! Under attack. Ally has been slain. Enemy missing left. Genie! Right! To me! Right! Recall!
Be careful, your middle tower is under attack.
Okay. To me, Genie!
Yeah, I apologize for the unbearably boring match for picking Aladdin and then going Ind as well. But you know, it is what it is. I wanted to play something different.
To me, Genie!
Attack left lane.
Recall! Right!
Your left tower is under attack.
Right!
Hello, Kung Fu Panda Esports. I like the name.
To me! Enemy missing left.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Vista, amigo!
Weird rotation. Just sacrificed the wave for that.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Attack! Let's go, Genie!
I mean, let's go in, man. What are we waiting for? Oh man. I mean, I did say I would rather prefer this than a trolling game, but I guess they're both evil.
Under attack.
Recall!
Your left tower is under attack.
And obviously, the only competent player on, I guess, the most competent player on their team is the fucking Mulan.
Your left tower is under attack.
To me, Genie!
That's just a good old classic.
Right!
Enemy has been slain.
To me!
Be careful, right?
Be careful, right?
Let's settle this!
I've missed everything.
I must slip away quick!
And Baron couldn't enter because of the wave. I mean, I don't know why I went in, to be honest. I do not have enough damage, and I misplayed that in every way possible.
Cancel that. Engaged.
I shouldn't even have helped. She's level 7, man.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That's big.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Don't get cocky.
Record! Help left lane. Cancel that. To me, Jimmy. Behind us.
Be careful. On my way.
In the name of the wind spanner, shield.
Enemy missing.
To me. Enemy missing left. Be careful middle. The rain shall wash them away. Retreat middle lane. Retreat middle lane. Goodbye. Enemy spotted. Record. Enemy has been slain. Into the battle. To me. Let's go.
Tower is under attack.
Let's settle this. To me. Let's go, Genie.
Yeah, I can't deal with Ares. He's too. He doesn't even have. Dude, it's just contagion killing me. Are you kidding me, Hyros? Dude, there's no way the item does that much damage just by existing. I'm so confused. Who made these items? Oh, Sol looks super confused as well from what I'm seeing. How is she in this game? Anyway, I'm getting distracted. At least I got the Odin, but yeah. I don't. Yeah, whatever. I mean, Ares is huge, but it's also just Ares being broken.
Is under attack.
Because Ares just is broken right now. And our Sol is just so confused. And I can't blame him, he's just probably not supposed to be in this game, because we got super baby gamed.
Record.
Your right tower is under attack.
But
Help right. Take it like a baby. To me, Genie. Right.
Your right tower is under attack.
This will not do.
just tell about Riot, you don't need to be here. I just need to farm anyway.
Destroyed.
Like, Mulan isn't killable.
The rain shall wash them away.
I know everyone's brain don't work the same, and everyone don't have the same amount of experience, but there is no way we're killing a Mulan here. With these gods. That ain't happening.
Record. To me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
To me, Genie. Right.
Like, I'm happy I at least got a 1 kill out of my power wish, but I power wished. It wasn't great. I just died to Ares anyway. Wasn't really worth it.
Your middle tower is
Record.
under attack.
Enemy has been slain. The rain shall wash them away.
Your left tower is under attack.
Retreat. Behind us. Fabuloso. Oh, you move like a. Let's go.
Dude, my own lamp, because I got the kill, interrupted my 3. Fuck, man. I'm so mad. Fuck. Alright, let's get some pen online. These tanks are just rolling in the game right now. I mean... Okay, at least he knows that. That's good. Progress. His build so far also is something that can work, so... I'm just hoping he builds pen. That's my main hope. But we have Sarky as an ADC as well. I think we'll be alright if we can just get late game.
Enemies at the gold field.
Your team has destroyed the gold field.
That's a really big steal. We needed that.
Your team has destroyed the left enemy tower.
I think Sol dies here again, but... Let's try and steal as much XP, but Mulan is TPing below, which really sucks. That's that XP gone.
Your team has destroyed the left enemy tower. Your right tower is under attack.
Recall.
Random low HP. And I'll take it. I wanted to go for it since he was coming in, but... I'm honestly not sure it would have been a good idea anyway. Because if one of them shows up, I'm pretty sure we just get 2v1'd. I don't do enough damage to Milan yet, I think. And she just has this nonsense. Absolute tank nonsense that I don't think I can deal with yet.
Enemy missing middle. Be careful, right?
On my way. Enemy has been slain.
Thanks.
On my way. Into the map.
Ares beats. Like, fucking beats item. Of course it would.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
I mean, once again, Ares will by a large margin be the main problem on that team.
Let's go. Wash them away. Let's go, Genie.
Ares is low.
Behind him.
Beware the shifting sand.
Well done. At least we're getting some kills here and there.
Enemy has been slain.
I think he lives, surely. Silence. Yeah. Clamors. Clamors going in.
Wash them away.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a lobby we got on our hands. I don't know, guys. I think I have to end the stream after this game. Today ain't it, man. Smite 2 is not really having it, not doing it for me today. It's either trolls or baby games.
Spotted. Your team has destroyed the gold jewel. Right. To me. Right.
It's definitely an easy comp they're gonna have for me on Aladdin here. Odin, Mulan, Ares. Like I don't think I can kill any of this until like full late game. And Ares probably not ever. He's gonna win no matter what. Mulan might be the same. I'm pretty sure I can take Odin.
Enemies in middle lane. Be careful. To me. Be careful. Retreat. Record. Let's go.
Oops, wrong ability.
Is under attack. Fabuloso! Fire giant.
The party's this way.
Wash them away. Let's settle this.
I'm just dead. What a character. Like, if it wasn't for the Aladdin ult there... Oh, I got scared there. If it wasn't for the Aladdin ult, like, I'm not sure we win that fight in the first place. I almost wish I had room for Soul Reaver. I might have to just sell the lamp. I guess I can't do that until I use my wish, though. I gotta at least use my revival wish. Which I should have used here so I could get Fire Giant. You know? But I didn't think about that until now. Smart. Really smart. think I'm gonna go TP to the Soul before she gets caught. Maybe I can help.
To me!
Pyromancer has arrived.
On my way. Be careful left. Enemies in the right lane.
Enemies have returned to base.
Be careful. Help left. To me, Jimmy.
I don't really know why they're solo pushing on us two people. They could have tried, I guess, for the Phoenix, but I mean... It's a bit risky.
To me.
Nice dead as well. It's definitely weird why are they even there, though. Not sure what they're waiting for in the left jungle.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack.
To me, Ginny. Retreat.
We could have gotten tower if we didn't back up instantly, but I didn't know where they were originally.
A little something extra, just in case the genie is busy.
I might int and just go for a quick kill and then look for see if I can get it. Even if I die, I will use my revive because I want to sell my lamp this game. I think Soul Reaver is the best thing I can possibly go with, because of all these fucking tanks.
Recall. To me. To me, Ginny.
He actually went for it. I mean, it was close. It was close, but I think we don't int right now.
Okay. Your left tower is under attack.
Let's go, Ginny. Into the map. To me. Right. Let's go.
No, the dagger was dropped in there!
Let's go.
My bad, I guess. Dude, I hate that dagger was dropped in my lamp. I didn't pick it up in time.
What do you say today? Not today. Ally has been slain.
I guess I have enough damage, so fuck it. I could actually fuck up areas pretty fast there. I shouldn't have jumped in though. I didn't expect the insta-3 on Mulan. Unfortunate. Close one. I'll save my wish for when I actually need it instead. I like how Sarky is saying that despite us being like having less kills. Were we ever in the lead this game? We had fire, that's true. I guess we got shit on the outside. Oh well. We might be getting a left Phoenix as well. If they are just staying on fire at least. Oh, they did back. One of them did. It's still 10k. That's unfortunate. Good quiz solo. Sarky doing work on them. They're being so greedy.
Yes. Nice work. To me.
At this point in time, I will just wait, why didn't I just revive myself? Huh. Oh well. One day I'll use it.
Defend the gold fury. On my way.
What the fuck? Why is our inting? Fuck it. There we go. I'm inting. Where's Artemis there? Alright, I'm just gonna go with Sarky. Fuck it. Unless... No, they're still all there.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Let's go Colkin. It's twice now.
Your right tower is under attack.
Both ults. That sucks. Once again, I think I can 1v1 the Mulan, but not if there's someone else. And I decided to go for Odin because I know he's maybe a little bit more squishy. But it's tough. I can't really play alone easily as Aladdin into their comp. I have 2 targets, and right now Sarky is taking care of both of them. Then I have no one else to go on.
It's no problem.
I am out of wishes. I don't know, what do you guys think? Should I just keep it and then keep going for 3k pots, or should I get Soul Reaver into these 3 absolute fucking monsters? I think I should get Soul Reaver. To be honest, how much does the lamp sell for? Nothing? Gotta build my way up then. I wish I could see somewhere how much value I'm getting out of the lamp right now. Surely the lamp is probably just better in terms of how much it you get. With the more 3k pot you get. I don't know, man.
Be careful.
Because poking with a 1 might just be more worth it right now. Literally have no idea.
Record. Behind us.
The pyro has arrived.
Let's go. Let's go, Jimmy. Into the lab. Let's go.
Save yourself.
Thunderbolts of light. Very, very steady.
That's unfortunate. It's gonna... fuck, that sucks. Yeah. That's so close too. We did kind of have the dual lane from hell in this game too. And this was not a good Aladdin game either. The only 2 targets I can ever go on is Artemis and Kukulkan, and Artemis has the ultimate always, so I have to have beats up. And, I mean, Odin... Yeah. Well, should have banned the Ares, I suppose. What a terrible day for Smite. I'll do one more. I'll give Smite one more chance today. Good, but have I had a single good game today? I need to check. Has there been a single good Smite game today that was actually like nice and even? I think this one was the closest, but it wasn't an even game. This one was just a troll game. This one was kind of a troll game. Somehow this might have been the most even game of them all, but like my ADC decided to not stay in the lane during like halfway through that game. And then went to solo to take my farm. Today has just been fucking cursed. Where are we at? It's demotion game. That's where we're at. I maybe shouldn't have sacrificed my life for the Mulan. But I could have gotten Artemis as well if it just wasn't because their whole team followed into the lamp. I'm gonna lose my mind. Yeah, I get it, Sarky. I don't really think we could have done much that game. It was just a combination of giving away Ares and our comp sucking into Ares and our dual lane being non-existent for the majority of it. I think Thana played pretty well, all things considered. Like, it just felt like you, me, and Thana were playing solo, and yeah. Baron did try, though. I'm not too sure about Sol, and I'm not trying to be mean, but Sol felt so confused that game. Thanet W killed a bit too hard in the last few fights. Yeah, but I think he only like went into that because he couldn't rely on anyone else to initiate. Nah, it's not Sarky. I think maybe you and me should have stayed together more. I think this is something we don't do enough in general. Like, you and me, when we're ahead, we need to stick together, because otherwise, if one of us just goes and ints, then we might just risk losing the game. We need to stick together more, especially when we're duo queuing. We gotta play around each other, and not play like two solo players. Because I think instead of me trying to defend alone, what I should have done is go to you, and we just try and end if they try to end. Because then they all have to back no matter what. If someone comes and they die alone, then yeah, I mean, that's fine. Yeah, I would say Baron is alright into Ares. He's probably one of the better ones. I just think the problem was that he was heavily... Like, I'm pretty sure he just got fucked over by Sol. Sol was just dying on cooldown, and he couldn't really do much about it. Not to mention, I think the main reason why Baron isn't as good into Ares right now probably is because Baron doesn't use the same build. And that OP Mystical Male Sanguine nonsense is only really good on Ares. You don't really want to do that on Baron. Baron needs cooldown way more than he needs anything else. And that's the main reason. But yeah, as I said before, I'll give it one more try. I think this will be the last game either way. Unless it is wildly unsatisfying and it's a terrible loss, then maybe it's not going to be the last game, but let's aim for the last game here. Yeah, you played really well that game too. It is unfortunate when you ended up losing it. I think I played alright as an Aladdin in this game. I could have played better in some cases. My main issue was just Ares. If I ever go in, I have an Ares on me, and I can't play the game anymore. Suddenly 2 of my abilities are disabled. And I always had to beat Artemis ult. Like, they just had a really shitty comp for me to deal with on Aladdin. It was very unfun. Let's just ban that guy straight away. Nah, no worries, Sexy Capri. I mean, we do what we have to win right now. If Nemesis is open, I'm picking it, because it's broken as fuck. And I definitely don't want to deal with it. I just forgot to ban it in the last game, that's pretty much it. Like, I have to choose which evil to deal with. Like, am I banning the Wukong, the Pele, or the Nemesis, or the Ares, or whatever the fuck? Everything's OP. I have to ban things, but you can't ban it all. Like, it's impossible. There's just a few picks that are so impossible to deal with if you play them right. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous, I tell ye.
Select your god.
I could pick Aladdin now that the Ares is out, but I really don't want to play it again. It's so boring in the laning phase when you go in. You just don't really play the game. I haven't played him in a while, but I think I'll do a Hades game. Let's do Hades. 3 bans isn't enough. It should be enough. It's just high-rares aren't balanced. The problem is, like, 3 of these gods I'm seeing right now in the picks and bans right now. Wukong is definitely too OP, and he's also getting nerfed. But Odin, Nemesis, Pele, Ares, all are fueled by the same bullshit build. That's what needs to be nerfed. They are just the ones that abuse the build the best. Get them out. Nerf that shit. I'm so tired of it. I said it earlier today, I'm just gonna say it again. Whoever made Sanguine needs to stop making items. This item makes no sense, and it's so unoriginal. We just made Mystical Mail again, but more broken. Why would we do that? Yeah, Sanguine is really boring to play. Any build generally that is built around having, like, doing damage that you aren't doing yourself is boring. I accept Mystical Mail because it's kind of like an OG item, and it was the only of its kind to exist, and it's generally looked at as being really good early, but really shit late. Okay, cool, that's a nice trade. Sanguine is always really good. You even build that shit on gods that don't even need to build it, because it's that powerful. It's really just boring. Another OP pick in like high level is Merlin. Merlin is also really OP. But I think that's cool at least. Merlin hasn't been OP for a long time. I'll take an OP Merlin. I do actually want to play Merlin myself. It wasn't because Sanguine, Mystical, all that fun nonsense is in the game. I think I would play more Merlin. I would like to play more Merlin solo. And experiment with some builds. Even go for the aspect and just go for like a... what's it called? A Phoenix Shield Merlin, like a tanky-isk Merlin, is so much fun to play. But you can't pick it. Not right now. Yeah, you also need to actually be good at Merlin to play it. That's also a good point. And I agree as well. Pridwen is like the Pridwen Shield Splitter meta was even more fun than this too, because there was actually like at least the axe was a skill shot. At least Pridwen was something you had to press. Now it's just the damage is being done by itself. Anyway, enough ranting about items. I think I'll do Blink this game. Oh yeah, I still have this on the screen. I noticed it this time, guys, don't worry. But we're paused right now anyway. I'm still confused, aren't I? Yeah, all my fucking shit is randomized. Whatever. I mean, I'll take some free cards, though. I mean, this really sucks. All my damaging abilities are kind of cooking me right now. Damn, not enough for the kill, but yeah. I actually think Blink is okay. I don't think it's complete shit. Right now, you're just... The main problem isn't that Blink isn't good, it's the fact that most gods by now, because you only have one active, generally need speeds or rages. That's the main issue. I think I don't go Conduit, because I'm not going to be building the usual shit here. Do I still... Yeah, I still think I have to start with Chronos Pendant.
You have morbid taste.
After that, I will go for some hybrid bullshit. I imagine Regrowth should be fun. Regrowth Hades. That should be alright. I'm not gonna go full damage, but I will go hybrid.
Enemy spotted.
Minions have spawned.
Jungle Bari? Awesome.
delightful disaster.
That was the owner from last game as well in this game. Let's go pick this up before I miss it. No, it's plenty of time. He sundered me.
Enemy miss. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted. Okay. Help!
See if I can get level 20 off of 25 off of getting a little ahead of myself there. See if I can just get a quick level 5, but I couldn't from that because he is very killable right now. See if I can make him walk up. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he just doesn't play against Hades much, but he's definitely doing all the wrong things. In the first place, you don't ever really want to dash into a full wave when Hades hasn't used his 3 yet. Even less so if his ult is up. I'm really fed. I think I'm just regretting it. I don't think anything I'm gonna go hybrid. If I'm getting this fed early as Hades, I do not need to go hybrid. What I could do in a little bit hybridness, if go for a very early Helm of Darkness. Dude, why is he sundering me like that? It's so funny. Why is he just randomly sundering me? It's a long cooldown for a little bit of poke, man.
Your right tower is under attack.
Uh-oh.
You move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Kind of hoping I could finish him off just without using my ult, but it wasn't enough damage. I'm gonna greed a little bit, see if I can get blue. Yeah, I mean, I don't have mana, man. We should not fight that.
Your right tower is under attack.
I think my best defense probably in this game is just going full damage and then going for a Bloodbound Book. I think that's the play. Full damage, almost. I will go Helm of Darkness no matter what. It's too good on Hades. Stay in or out. What is he building? Oh, he already has Sanguine. Explains why I actually took damage, I guess.
Destroyed the Gold Fury.
No problem.
I get the tilt, I do. But I think we win this for free if we just don't die anymore. Maybe that's easier said than done. It's not looking too hot everywhere else but solo right now.
An enemy has been slain. On my way. Gank. Ally has been slain.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. I'll attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Completed. The pyro has arrived.
I think I just buy both items. There we go.
Attack! I'll attack! On my way. Okay. Bye-bye. Enemy has been slain. Very strong. Juga Thunderstruck. Attack the Gold Fury. Your middle tower is under attack.
Merc 3 definitely seems glitched. Because what the fuck was that? That happened when I played him as well. They have Sunder, we don't.
Destroy the Gold Fury.
Let's go straight into pen. I'm really delaying my poly here in this game.
Help middle lane. Hasta la vista, amigo. Don't
I shouldn't have followed, that's my bad. It was just a bad fight the second Baku showed up. I was waiting for my ult to cut back up. Who got the big kill? Of course Barry did. Who else? Is lifesteal the tankiest stat? On a tank maybe. But no. Yes, but maybe, but also no. Does that answer a question?
Your right tower is
Yeah.
under attack. Attack middle lane. Attack middle lane. Right lane. Your right tower is under attack. Attack. Cancel that. Your left tower is under attack. Defend right lane. Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the pyromancer. You're welcome.
I'm not really sure what that does for us, but no problem, man. He's just kind of losing his own farm.
Ultimate is ready.
It's unfortunate. I think if they just chill in mid while Merc is doing something else, we would do alright. Like, Merc is slowly coming back into the game with the few kills that we've gotten now. And I'm obviously fed, so as long as we stop feeding them, we would be in a great spot. I think the hardest thing for like the average casual player to stop doing is not fight when they're just not looking at the map as much. Because you shouldn't fight if you know the jungler isn't around, right? Or like the support or something like that. You never want to have like you need the numbers advantage. At least be even.
Enemy incoming.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Be careful middle.
Enemy spotted.
I got cooked, but if we get both of them, I'll take it.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
He's so tanky.
Enemy has been slain.
Let's get a quick pyro.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Eric's gonna have nightmares of Hades. He might. Does this also lead into Poly? It doesn't. Shit. I have to go Rot then. I forgot about Poly. I gotta get that shit online. Though Rod is probably more important for the burst.
I'll defend right lane. Gank right lane. Enemy spotted. Gank. Your left tower. Attack.
Enemy spotted.
Gank right lane.
Enemies in the left. Enemy ultimate down.
Didn't think I was gonna survive.
For me. The rain shall wash them away.
Your left tower is under
I
attack.
wonder if my stealth in plays worked. Maybe just stealth while I'm getting a Scylla ulted.
Enemy missing left. Oh, my horrific!
Attack the fire giant. Defend.
Enemies in the right. Attack fire giant.
I mean, well played honestly to get in there. I couldn't stop that shit at all.
Tower is under attack. Your right tower has been
enemies at the Gold Fury. And rain shall wash them away.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy. Your right tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy Phoenix. Your team has destroyed a left enemy Phoenix.
That was a game.
Victory.
I'm pretty sure all my kills were in Hercules. And I have 11 kills. Not all of them, but I think at least 8 of them. I actually think Hades gets really fucked over by the new items as well. Not to mention Hades is very bad into most tanks early on, before, like, at least until they get, like, protection on. I don't know, Sarky, do we actually want to do another one? I'm willing to do one last, time-wise. I can fit one more game in, but then I think I'm done either way. We sure we don't want to end on a win? We must win one more. Okay. All right. All right. Yeah, I think it was pretty good Hades gameplay as well, actually, to be real with you. It's probably one of my better Hades game in a while, despite obviously being against someone who was not great. But even so. Hades getting a buff next patch? That's not good. I don't think any like high-level player really think that's a great idea, to be honest with you. Hades is still broken. The only reason why he's not broken is because the tank builds are so oppressive. And they're specifically very good against him. But those items needs to be nerfed. Not Hades. Or he does need a buff, I mean. So that's weird. But just average high-res stuff, I guess. Ah, fuck, yeah, it's this one. This spawns minions and shit. I don't like this boss. I don't like this boss. This boss is gonna fuck me up. Yeah, lucky for Hades, new time. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, because now they're doing the normal high risk thing. They're not only buffing the character itself, they're also nerfing the things that makes them bad in the first place, which is already technically buffing it. You know, they do this shit every time, and then they're just over buffing things. Just one step at a time, and then see how things go. Hades is already fucking broken, man. No one wants to deal with Hades. The only reason why people aren't playing him that much right now is because people are fucking tired of seeing him and playing him. What's an artifact? Ah, I see. So it just gains another one that. Okay. I hope I survive this. I really want to keep going with this build. I have some pretty good stuff on me. Yes, we have Purple Orb. Yes. The perp is on my team for once. If they're banning Odin, I feel like I need to ban the Afro.
Select your god.
I ain't dealing with it, so I'm picking it. My dude, my cars are so shit. I don't have any AoE. I should kill these, probably. Keep the boss poisoned. Bet on the next round. Let's kill that one. That's fine. The problem is, Wanari, there are way too many gods that have built-in healing and lifestealing as well. To an extent, that just doesn't make sense. They've kind of shut themselves in the foot by giving so many gods these tools. Because they just made it way too hard to balance. Dude, I'm not getting shit. I think I just killed the little one at least. Save myself for that 7 damage. But I'm gonna take 20 to the face. More poison. Even more poison. It's looking pretty grim now. Don't summon the dudes, please. Don't summon the little bros. Oh, just a shield. I'll take it. Holy fuck, what a shit round. I'm not gonna get any damage out of this. Couldn't even remove the shield. That's okay though. My poison is doing work. No, not the little dudes. I hope I can end this round. Otherwise, I might just be dead. Yes. Yes. Nice. Now, surely they die if the boss dies, right? Yes. Ooh. Poison. Let's go with adrenaline. Is this a beats game?
Have fun. Thanks.
What am I against? Raw? I mean, I think I just go straight into the item itself.
All I need now is a good book.
I do think the most broken, or just, I mean, not the most, but one of the more broken ones that I'm surprised I haven't seen more of is Fenrir. I'm really surprised there hasn't been more Fenrir. Because every time I've seen it played, it has been fucking impossible to deal with. As long as you actually have a team that are doing okay. Like, it's kind of in the same vein as shit like Odin. It's so hard to kill, you're doing so much damage, they have like big utility ults. Just so hard and unnecessary to deal with them.
Minions have spawned.
And if you're playing a backline, what are you supposed to do? You just die. I think I might have lost a single creep there in the back. That ain't nice.
On my way.
Pele's wave clear is pretty rough early on, so there's not really much I can do here. Into a Ra as well, which just healed minions. Doesn't really help. All I could do was tank for him, and I'm glad I got in time. Otherwise, he probably would have been dead.
Sorry, blame the move, not the blade. Your middle tower. On my way.
Okay.
Your right tower is under attack.
It is aspect Ra, so he's gonna be annoying for now, but ultimately he's gonna fall into a pretty weak state. Later.
Enemy
That
has been
was
slain.
tedious.
That's too
Must
bad.
not be your day. Be right back.
See ya later.
I would, I think, prefer to go something like Warriors on her, but I mean, you can already imagine. Look how shit my clear is. It would be so terrible with Warriors. I got a small one.
On my way.
He also has Bluestone. That is also actually a reason why his clear is extra good.
Seriously?
Follow me.
Aspect raw Bluestone. I have a pretty good lead though, in terms of XP.
The rain shall wash them away.
That was
Annoying me.
Ultimate is down. Embraced by divine renewal.
I think he has him.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ultimate is ready. Your right tower is under attack. Be careful. No.
Enemy missing left.
Ally slain. The enemy has been slain. Retreat.
yes. King.
Enemy missing left.
Your left tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away.
Seriously?
I want you to regrowth first. If I want any chance of maybe killing Ra, I gotta get a bit faster. Regrowth should help in that. Don't know if I'm gonna go into Mystical Mail though.
Okay.
Don't think I will. Let's get this first. Warhorn has a bit more value right now to me, because you don't really build a whole lot of cooldown in the current builds. The OP build has barely any cooldown outside of regrowth. So I do actually like having that.
Enemies incoming! Has arrived. Enemy spotted. Raised by divine renewal.
Defend!
On my way.
He has regrowth too. Yeah, I don't think he's ever dying. He heals too much.
Ultimate is ready.
Oh, they heal like a baby. Enemy spotted. On my way.
I think I'll go Brawlers as well, actually. They have some easy proccable healing on their team. Brawl passive will be quite nice. And it's a power item, so I kind of need it too, to be honest. I can't just go full tank. Dude, it's so weird that it slows me as well. The 2 just doesn't count as like a jump or anything. Like, it's not a dash. It literally just gets slowed. Yeah, we ain't killing each other, buddy. Regrowth also just shouldn't have healing. Why does this item have healing on it?
Enemy spotted. Your middle tower is under attack.
Do some okay damage to him, but... If it wasn't for the healing ultimate, maybe that would actually be some kill potential.
On my way.
No, I didn't get a war horn. Unfortunate.
Your right tower is under attack. On my way. Your middle tower is under attack. Embraced by divine renewal. Enemies incoming.
I was gonna TP, but I think it's a little overkill.
Enemy has been slain.
Enemy ultimate down!
Avenge me! Oh my god. Ugh. Right. Contagion. I guess it makes sense since my whole team rotated, but I wasn't expecting their whole team to rotate. At least not as fast. They were just there, literally as the lamp went down.
Ultimate is ready.
On my way.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
On my way. Enemy spotted. Enemies incoming.
On my way.
Your team has destroyed the fire tower.
Be right back. Enemy has been slain.
I'll attack left lane.
Okay. Be right back.
What I did to this sandcastle. I'm throwing you. Seriously? On my way. On my way.
On my way. Enemy ultimate incoming. Enemy ultimate incoming.
Enemy tower.
I want to join. That was a waste of time.
Attack the Titan. Your team has destroyed the right.
auto go gold then.
Wow! Good stuff, hotshot!
On my way!
Middle lane! Quit annoying me!
Enemy has been slain. Rain shall wash them away.
Quit annoying me! Be right back!
I want to buy my shit. Hey, that's a cool thing. I didn't know Bacchus had a special, unique thing on that skin. I'm not 20. Fuck. I think their magic damage is a lot more scary.
Do they sell any
Let's do Prid one for now.
mixers here?
I actually do need a lot more magic defense. I don't really have much in this build. Probably just go Onis. Like, I don't really think Genjis will do much for me. My main ability I would like up more often than not is my 3, but that's not really based off of a cooldown, it's based off of taking damage.
Enemy has been slain. Shut down. I wish. On my way. Oh, that's too bad.
See ya later!
Alright, I will end it on these last few wins that we now have gotten, so no more. I appreciate you guys stopping by as usual, very much. Today has been absolutely cursed for the majority of this. There hasn't been like a single good game. Either like one team always has someone who's just not like. This one wasn't that bad, I suppose. This was just kind of a stomp, which happens, you know. But Thor was definitely struggling, from what I could see. So, all right. Yeah, never mind DWK. When I saw Thor was definitely struggling. I don't know about Hu Yi, I didn't really see him. Oops. Look at numbers. Yeah, but I don't think numbers always show everything. Like, Ra was just playing Ra. I mean, this is just a bad pick, obviously, but... Yeah, I mean, Thor didn't show up. I definitely saw that. Hu Yi, I don't know. As I said, I didn't really watch him, but no. I'll just lean back to what I said before. Not really a single good game today, it felt like. It was always pretty uneven in terms of the matchmaking. So, I'll end it here. Today's just cooked. Last few Saturdays have been, to be honest, but I appreciate you guys stopping by nonetheless. And yeah, I'll see you guys next time, which is not tomorrow, because I haven't had a day off in a while now. Oh, you didn't get it, Sarky? That sucks. But yeah, I'll be back Monday at least. But yeah. Bye, guys.